people. It's my favorite non-gendered way of referring to a group of people. Party people. Hey, party people. How we doing today? So, how's it going? How you doing? I'm doing alright. Oh, I'm doing alright. In spite of the state of the world and everything. Hanging in there. I'll go ahead and speak to the starting soon screen while the starting soon screen is up. I like to have one because it gives me time to make sure that I've got everything I need. But it also gives people time to kind of gather in. It's not meant to be disrespectful of your time. You don't have to join during the starting soon. you could join in once we get started. But I do like to have that place where people can congregate. Give people some time to put their questions in the box. Also, because of the psychological phenomenon that every time you hit the start streaming button, your body decides, oh yeah, by the way, I gotta go to the bathroom. So I feel like it would be a little bit more disrespectful of me if I hit live and then said, hold on, be right back, I gotta go take a shit. But sorry guys, I'm prairie dogging over here. Please wait. I'm sorry, you better not be. It's just your opinion, that doesn't mean that it's right or it's wrong. There's a divide when it comes to, if you're a streamer, do you have a starting soon screen or not? Some people are very anti-starting soon screen. I get it. But I try to see mine as purposeful. I like to give time to people to congregate. I like to give time to people to get their question boxes, submissions in. Oh no, I'm not upset. I'm just explaining myself. I'm not upset. I think it's just a side effect of short form content frying people's brains. Makes it a lot harder to just sit and chill for a few minutes before things get started. Getting sued. Yeah, they got sued because they found out that, well, we've known this for a while, that social media is very harmful to young people. It was causing a lot of mental health issues in young people. And so I don't think that they're getting, well, I think mostly what they're getting sued for is that they knew that it was doing that, like Meta did, and I might be wrong. I'm just trying to remember what's actually going on with that. But to my understanding, they knew. They just lied about it. Didn't warn people properly. One of these days, I'm gonna go live stream sitting down next to a live stream. We're gonna just go sit outside. We're just gonna go be in nature. I have to confess, even though I do stream, I don't really watch live streams. I watch a couple, but I like to be out there watching a live stream with water in it. I like to see the little fish. I like to listen to the birds. It's satisfying in a very unga bunga way. The inner cave person likes this. It scratches an itch deep in my Ice Age brain. Like, I went camping recently and I love it. I feel like I'm in a flow state the whole time. It's awesome. I'm gonna crack this can. Be Alive intro. I try to mix things up so that things can be missed. If it was that same thing every day, then you'd get sick of it. But by just doing it sporadically, keeps things interesting. You mentioned you were struggling today. Anything in particular? You know, it's not always fun feeling a struggle. We appreciate a challenge, but we're not very fond of a struggle. Sometimes that feeling of struggling is actually a sign that things are moving. So, in which way are things moving for you? No W's anywhere. No W's anywhere. No W's anywhere is still you learning how to take an L, I guess. I try to reframe everything. Two L's, that makes a W. Maybe the universe just felt the need to humble me. Maybe I needed to revisit the art of taking a fat L. It happens. Alrighty, it is Wednesday. I think I've just been watching, or I've just been paying too much attention to the news lately. I feel like it's got my You know what? I just wish I had a way to scan my brain to see where the electrical activity is. Because I feel like the parts of my brain that are on feeling of like, on being on alert. That's what I feel. I feel like, alright, we're on alert. And that's how I feel. I haven't even been paying attention to any of the Fauci stuff, if I'm being honest. There's just a lot going on. There's too much to be paying attention to. It's just dealing with the fact that it feels like everything's been ramping up. And all the signs indicate that it's not really ramping up anywhere that we want to go. But then there are things that do make me feel hopeful. Actual meaningful socialist policies with a less effective Red Scare propaganda machine. You might not know this, but after World War II, and even earlier than that, you know, like after, like basically around the time of the New Deal, social programs and social welfare were incredibly popular in this country. They still are. It's just that there's a lot of very wealthy people that want you to fear those ideas because those ideas support you and take away from them. And so they want to be able to keep exploiting you endlessly. And back in the 1950s, you know, the Red Scare stuff really worked. And it's taken us decades to build back from that. So, revolutionary optimism prevails. Trying to stay grounded. I can feel I'm a little revved up. I'm gonna try to shift it into low gear like I'm driving down a mountain. My engine's going. Ever driven down a mountain? If you know, you know. That's what's going on in my brain right now. I just need to eat a hot dog and calm myself down. Nothing like an emotional support glizzy. We got Beaver on deck today. He was on my desk earlier, and I had something open, and he exited out of it. So I was hitting the Alt button, and he decided that's when he wanted to put his head right on the F4 key, and it closed my window. Like, he got me good. Well, first off, you don't have to yell. I see a lot of passion in this submission, but it's alright. I can hear you just fine. I wonder why people automatically assume they're supposed to keep living no matter what. Well, a lot of it's evolutionary. A lot of it's biological. We have a self-preservation instinct, although I've seen plenty of people who appear to have zero self-preservation instinct. That's not really the point. The point is that it's something that you see in life forms. Even all the way down to very simple life forms. Even very simple life forms will still avoid adverse stimuli. We want to avoid things that could harm us or hurt us. So that we can keep on living. Living is not for everyone, for real. Now, I can't condone that sentiment, but what I will say is I'm not going to try to argue with you. There are some people, some pretty despicable, awful, horrible people out there. And I'm not going to elaborate any further. I'm trying to operate within the guidelines. However, if your life feels like it sucks, if things are just really shitty for you, and you're not some sort of despicable, awful, predatory monster, what's the harm in trying to make the best of the hand that you've been dealt? All you can do is play the hand you've been dealt, and then work to make things better. Try to leave the place a little bit nicer than it was when you got here. A lot of people just do feel like I'm a waste of space, I'm a burden, the world would be better off without me, and I want to tell you, and I'm gonna let you know, that that's not true. It's not true. The world is a better place with you in it. Don't snuff your light out. Shine it even brighter for us. I'm just not sure if my brain is just buzzing or if there's something in the air. I've just had this feeling, and it kind of arises periodically. That feeling of like, some shit's about to happen. You know that feeling? You ever get that feeling? Some shit's about to happen. Not sure where, not sure when, not sure what. But yeah, that's the thing. Shit happens. Some shit is going to happen. But we don't know where or when or what. So what do we do about that? You know, we can't operate under the belief that no shit should happen ever. That's just not very realistic. In an ideal world where nobody had the shit and no shit ever went down, sure, that's great. We can work towards that. But there's gonna be shit that happens in the meantime. And so we can anticipate the shit, but we don't need to have anticipatory anxiety related to the shit. It's too much poo, I know. I know. I read this book when I was a kid. It just really, you know. Read this book when I was a kid, and it just really stuck with me. I got those feelings too sometimes. I think they're a pretty common feeling to get, and I feel like people in general are feeling those feelings more often, just because of how things are going out in the world. I feel like anticipatory anxiety is pretty high right now, across the board. Just try to harness this energy. I'll try to harness this energy. We'll make it work for me instead of against me. Let's keep on with the question box. We've got some more questions in. Let's not leave these people waiting. Hello! I think I scared someone while walking this morning, and it was kind of funny. Oh? It was 5 a.m. and pitch black. Damn, they make a 5 a.m.? Since when? They have one of those in the morning? Which is the only time the heat will not evaporate you immediately. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. I was cleaning out my air conditioner the other day, and I did it after the sun went down, but it was still just so hot. I was drenched in sweat by the time I was done. I choose not to participate in 5 a.m. I don't recognize 5 a.m. Instagram keeps sending me videos of people hosing down their outside AC units. Me too. I get a lot of those recommendations as well. And it's because I watched a tutorial on how to take apart and put back together my air conditioner. I watched a couple videos on maintaining and cleaning the air conditioner, and now they're in my feed. I'm like, I'm good, I did it, the thing's clean already, I don't need more tutorials, I'm okay. We're good for a while. Are you supposed to do that? You're supposed to clean out your air conditioner at least once a year. It gets caked up with dirt and dust and stuff. Clogs up your condenser coils, and then your air conditioner has to work a lot harder to keep things cold, and so your electricity bill goes up. Well, I guess you're gonna be going on YouTube and watching videos on how to clean out your air conditioner. A lot of it you can just do with a hose. A lot of it is just you rinsing it out. But you do need to give some consideration into how you rinse it out. Like, mine was pretty dirty. Our neighbor had some, like, construction work done outside in their backyard. And they also... They had an outdoor pool, like an in-ground pool, and they were tired of taking care of it. So they hadn't taken care of it for years. So they decided they're just gonna collapse it in on itself and then cover it with dirt. So there was just a whole bunch of like construction and dirt and crust that ended up getting caught in our air conditioner. But yeah, there are ways to clean it where you don't have to take it apart at all. But mine was dirty enough I had to take it apart. There was just so much stuff caught in there. It was crazy. Anywho. I scared someone this morning, and it was kind of funny. It was 5 a.m. and pitch black, which is the only time the heat will not evaporate you immediately. I walk at this time every day. Run into quite a few folks jogging and going to work. Run into quite a few folks jogging and going to work. I was heading home on the side across from my house. I was making a voice note to a friend. I just finished and put my phone down to see a light flash on the vehicle in front of my house. I crossed to the other side to go to my house, and when I got to the garage, I heard a house door slam and was confused. So I went to check the camera to see if anyone was out since I didn't hear the vehicle door close. And I saw my neighbor on there. He walked to his driveway and he stopped dead in his tracks and was staring in my direction. He walked slowly towards his vehicle again, and it looked like he was looking through the window at me. I'm not really sure, but he fixed his hair, then he ducked down behind the truck, then turned around and sped walked back to his house. So you caught this all on camera. Your neighbor just like ducking out and hiding. Like, oh no, who's this person coming down the street at 5 in the morning? Probably not anybody that dangerous. 5 in the morning, that's normally people who are like waking up for the day. You gotta watch out for the people who are coming at you at 3 in the morning. Or 3 in the afternoon. 5 a.m., that's for the early birds. He sped walked back to his house. When I crossed the street to go to my garage. Not sure why that had me cracking the fuck up like I was. Uh-oh, did I scare this man? LOL. Not really sure why he hid. I do talk to people in the morning. They always say hey first so it doesn't seem like I scare other people. He then came back to the vehicle to get whatever he had gone to get initially. Looks like I may have scared a big man over 6 foot somehow. LOL, love that too much. You should invite him over and show him the footage. And then you can form a friendship. And this will be a funny story that you can tell. Be like, hey dude, I gotta show you something. Like, hey, my bad if I startled you the other day. When I was coming down the street in the morning. That's my bad. My good friend has relapsed and I want to help them, but it doesn't seem like they want to acknowledge the relapsing at all and is just pretending like nothing is happening. As frustrating as that is, it's entirely normal for that to happen when you're dealing with somebody in recovery. Happens all the time. Now, that doesn't mean that they won't be open to help. And I would encourage you as their friend to continue to offer them help. And whenever they're ready for that help, you'll be there for them. Because it can take a lot for an addict to reach out for help, especially around something like this, because there's a lot of shame involved. We've had a couple people asking about relapse. Is it relapse season? Is it because it's so hot outside and also we're on the brink of World War III? Is it relapse season? Is that why I'm back to eating hot dogs? Nah, I'm just kidding. I always eat hot dogs. That remains unchanged. But no, I think... Alright, let me... I'll talk with my mouth full. I feel like the state of the world is definitely contributing. And also just the time of year. You know, it's hot outside. It might feel like I can't go out and do anything, I'm stuck inside, or, you know. These are the types of things you want to take into consideration in your recovery so that you can work to strengthen yourself in those ways, you know? Economy, job loss, etc. all play a role. It's true. It's true. There's a whole number of factors that goes into why a person might relapse or turn to addiction. Addiction at its core is just a maladaptive coping strategy. It's just a way that you have learned as a person to cope with stress or overwhelm or sadness. However, since it's a maladaptive coping strategy, it's one that hurts you. We find any number of ways to cope with stuff, but there are healthy coping strategies and there are unhealthy coping strategies. We want to make sure that the things we do to help ourselves are actually helping us. What's really interesting is that human beings aren't even the only species that does this. There are other animals out there that are known to seek out altered states of consciousness, altered states of being. that comes to mind is these lemurs who will chew on these bugs and slightly poison themselves. It makes them inebriated. The koala. The koala is a great example. The koala is essentially nature's alcoholic college student. Apparently, chlamydia is rampant in koalas. Koalas eat eucalyptus, but it's poisonous to them. But it's the only thing they eat is something that poisons them. And so it basically just makes them inebriated. So they're just drunk and they have chlamydia. They also have a smooth brain, which means they're very dumb. They got no folds. Nice and smooth. A koala is so stupid that if you give it eucalyptus leaves, it won't know what to do with them. Just the leaves. If you give it just the leaves have to be on a branch. Otherwise, it won't eat it. They love to party. Nature's party animal, the koala. Alright, get back into this question. So we're dealing with a friend who's having a relapse and they're just wanting to pretend like nothing is happening. That makes sense. A lot of times that will happen. You'll see that happen. It might be that person just wanting to try to move past it. Or just trying to keep things going, just trying to avoid feelings of conflict or confrontation or acknowledging any sort of shame or guilt or sense of failure that might come with a relapse. I can understand that this might be because they are feeling shame or disappointment. Probably, but they might not even be there yet. Because the thing about a relapse is that sometimes the shame or the disappointment might come later because we might just be riding high on that copium, you know? We might have justified the relapse. Like, yeah, I've had a really stressful week, so I've earned this, so this isn't a problem. So while there probably is some feelings of shame and disappointment in there, it might not be something that they're fully connected with. A lot of mental gymnastics and a lot of coping goes into addiction. A lot of justification, a lot of rationalization. Is there any way to encourage them to stop their self-destructive behaviors? As a friend, I do not know if there is much I can do because there are some other friends of his that do not see it as an issue and just go along with it. Ah. So you're playing the long game here. And that's what you want to do as this person's friend, is you're going to play the long game. Because right now, they're still on the fence. You know, if he's still hanging out with people that are going to enable the behaviors, like if you're still going out and partying or going out to the bar or the club or whatever, and you're hanging out with all those people, like what are you going to do? That's what you do with that group of friends. So it's not viewed as a problem. Like, what are you going to do? Go to the bar, go to the club and be like, just a water for me, thanks. Like, do you think you have that level of self-awareness and self-control? Especially when you got other people like, hey, what are you drinking? Hey, come on, have a drink. very hard to resist those types of temptations, especially when you're still in those early stages of recovery. I'm very proud of their sobriety, but I guess I don't know if they want to continue a path of sobriety or just go back to their old ways. Alright. You're wanting to know what you can do as their friend? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. I want to show you something first. And this is going to call for a PDF. Or maybe not a PDF, maybe just an article. When it comes to being a good support to someone who's struggling with addiction, one of the things that you should do is arm yourself with information. Do some research on how addiction is treated. Do some research on what you can do to be a supportive person. And that is what you're doing right now, just by asking this question. This is you doing what you should do, and that is learn more so that I can offer better help. It's not really about what you say, it's more about just staying consistent, just continuing to be supportive, and not doing anything to enable those behaviors. Just speak from your heart, speak genuinely with this person. Find a good infographic for the stages of recovery. Found a few, but I'm trying to find one that is nice and readable. This one looks good. Okay. Something that's important to understand if you're going to be working to support an addict are the stages of change. If someone has a problem in their life and there's changes to be made, there are stages that a person goes through in order to recognize and make that change. And where change starts is with pre-contemplation. This is before you even are aware that a problem exists. You're unaware of any problems. There's no intention to change. You have no intention of taking any action to change within the next 6 months. You're good as you are. You are pre-contemplation. Now, when a person starts to move into change... Oh, hold on, I'm in the way. Get out of the way. My bad. Once a person starts to think about change, then we move into the contemplation phase. This is when the person is aware that there is a problem and that they might need to do something to change that, because this could become an issue if I don't do something about this. So you're thinking about it. You are contemplating. You know, sometime within the next 6 months, you know, I might do something. You know, maybe I'll work on my diet, maybe I'll change up my habits, maybe I'll try to cut back on something, or whatever it might be. All of this also applies to addiction. You can apply this stuff to any type of change we're making in life, but we're talking about this within the context of how a person recognizes that they are struggling with addiction. So after a person has had time to think about that change, that's when they start to prepare to do something about that change. They go into the preparation stage. We're able to identify that there are positive effects of changing my behavior. And so this is when you're getting ready to make that change. You're no longer thinking about it, you're actually just preparing for it. And so sometimes within the next 30 days, I'm going to be doing something to start moving in that direction. From there, you move into the action phase. This is when you're actively in treatment. You're following that plan that you set. And then if you're able to maintain that, you enter what's called the maintenance phase. This is when you're just sustaining your successes. You've reached a new level of stability, and you're not having to work as hard, you're just having to keep it up. You're just maintaining. Now, what can often happen is a person might relapse, and in a relapse, what happens is a person will move backwards through these stages. They've moved out of the action phase because they're no longer working to keep sober. They have gone back to thinking about staying sober. Now, this doesn't mean that a person might be in the action phase and then fall out of the action phase because they relapsed, but they might re-enter the action phase relatively quickly. It's not unusual for a person to bounce back pretty quickly from a relapse. A relapse doesn't necessarily mean that we're starting all the way over at the very beginning. For some people, a relapse is just a speed bump. Some people, it's just a hiccup. For other people, relapse can be pretty major. But it's not always a complete reset of all of your progress. It's also important to recognize that a relapse is part of recovery. Relapse is to be expected when a person is going through recovery. Getting sober is not about never relapsing. It's about how you bounce back and get back to where you're trying to be after a relapse. Because healing, change, progress is never a straight line. It's true. Nature doesn't really like a straight line. Nature is full of squiggles. Somewhere between 40 and 60% of people who complete a drug rehab program experience a relapse. And so if you're trying to be sober and if you're trying to go through recovery and you're just trying to raw dog it on your own, it's a coin toss. Relapse happens all the time in recovery. According to a study by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, 40 to 60% of people who could receive treatment for addiction will relapse at some point. The good news is that relapse does not mean that the treatment has failed. It's just a sign that something needs to be adjusted, or that more support is needed. And so, in your friend's case, it's probably just a situation of something needing to be adjusted. Because it sounds like he's still spending time with people that enable those self-destructive behaviors. And that's his choice, and you can't choose for him. All that you can do is just talk to your friend and let them know how you really feel and let them know that you're there to support them. Let them know how it makes you feel when they drink. If it's hurting you, let them know. Thoughts on gamer rage? Let's talk about gamer rage. Let's talk about gamer rage for a minute. Why is gamer rage such a thing? In order to understand gamer rage, you must first start by thinking about why people game. Why do people game? There are many reasons. What are some of those reasons? People game to have fun. People game to feel a sense of accomplishment. People game to spend time with their friends. People game to observe skill progression within them, to celebrate performance. Escapism, true. People also game to distract themselves from other things going on in the world or in their life. It's a way to de-stress. And so, how would it make a person feel if the thing that was there to help them de-stress upset them? How would that make a person feel? If there's something that they do that reliably helps them to de-stress, but instead it upsets them, what happens is you get even more upset, because it's not just anything that's making you upset, it's the thing that's supposed to make you not upset that's making you upset. And so people will react in a very intense way. This is why people will throw controllers or scream or shout or break their headset because they lost a game. It's like, on paper it seems very silly. Like, okay, so you broke something that costs $100 because you lost a game that lasts 20 minutes, 40 minutes, you know? It's a disproportionate response to the thing that upsets you. The gamer rage is a disproportionately high response to whatever it is that's actually upsetting them. You know, it's just a game. However, since that thing that you're getting upset with is something that's supposed to make you not feel stressed, that's why we have that disproportionate response. I'm gaming to not think about everything in my life that stresses me out, but now this game is stressing me out, and it can be a little bit explosive. All of that pressure has built up. And so if you're a person that experiences gamer rage, I would just encourage you to give some thought about why you like to game. What is it that you're looking for when you're wanting to game? What sort of feelings are you trying to evoke within you? Are you gaming to relax? Are you gaming to have fun? Are you gaming to feel excited? What are you after? And then just once you've identified what you're looking for, think about what changes might benefit you in order to actually meet that goal. You know, if you're playing games to unwind and then you play games and they just piss you off, it's like, did you accomplish the mission? One sec. Just received some food from an anonymous benefactor. An anonymous benefactor has gifted me a plate of food. Ooh, chicken wrap. You know, if you have gamer rage and it's something that you'd like to work on, it's not like you need to quit gaming. I would just say, just try different games and just see what other things gaming can provide you outside of just upsetting you. You know, maybe hop out of solo queue. Maybe don't spam solo ranked queue. Switch it up a little bit. Play some Stardew Valley. Play something a little bit more peaceful and relaxing. Chat, if you have a friend and they're spamming ranked solo queue in a game, check in on them, okay? Check in on them. I'm not saying that they're necessarily in a bad place, but all I can say is that there were times in my life where I was spamming ranked solo queue, and it's not where I needed to be. It's also a good opportunity to practice a little bit of anger management. One of the best times to practice anger management is when you're starting to feel angry. If you're not feeling angry and you're trying to practice anger management, what are you doing? It's like you're pretending to lift weights. In order to work on your anger, you need to feel at least a little bit of anger so that you can practice de-escalating. So pay attention to your anger level. If it's starting to rise, that's when you want to intervene before things escalate. What if I told you that playing solo queue on DBD Mobile for 5 years was the highlight of my life during those 5 years? Like I said. I think we're in agreement here. In the times in which I was spamming League of Legends, it was probably one of the better things going for me in my life at that point. Yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had. There's all sorts of different strategies, all sorts of different paces. So, if you've been primarily playing one style of game, try to branch out a little bit. You know? Just try to diversify. Try something that's not normally something that you'd play. You might really like it. We don't only need to play first-person shooters and FIFA or 2K. Right now, we live in a golden age of gaming. We've got an abundance of good games out there. Friend slop. Love some good friend slop. It's got some fun moments. I need to get in some friend slop. It's been too long since I've had a good friend slop. What I might be doing soon, though, because it's actually supposed to be out today, the Project Zomboid update. Yep, it's today. It's finally here. It's finally here. The Project Zomboid update. Stable build 42. Stable build 42. Erica's back. She's gonna take over Louisville. So they added a lot of stuff in this update. I've been playing the beta of it. And what they're releasing now is more than any of us got to try in the beta. They've actually reworked most of the places on the map. What am I excited about the most? Exploring all these new areas. They've also made a bunch of the buildings look better. They added like new tiles and new, so everything will look better. It's gonna be awesome. Take that over. They added like a whole new prison. There's now 2 prisons on the map. They made a bunch of buildings like bigger. Or wait, hold on. Did they just redo the prison, or is there? I think they might have just redone the prison. I don't know. I was reading the update and they mentioned a new prison. So I didn't know if they just redid the prison or if they added. Oh, okay. An entirely new prison. So they redid the prison. I misread that at first. I was like, shit, they added a second prison? They added a whole bunch of new locations. They also add basements. There's a whole bunch, you can go in basements now. I'm excited. Oh, is my sub goal finally back? Did it get fixed finally? It looks weird. Why does it look weird? It's not what it used to look like. My sub bar randomly broke a few days ago, and now it's finally back. But it looks different. I have to recustomize it. To fit right in there. I'm gonna have to change my overlay. Just squish it. That's ugly, but that'll do for now. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited for this update. Pretty sure capitalism is getting to everyone. Oh, for sure. For sure, we're all feeling it. Especially when the people in charge are just like, we're doing so well. Quit talking about Jeffrey Epstein, the Dow's over 50K. It just feels like, you know, not only were we being exploited, but now they're just like being much more brazen about it. or saying the quiet part out loud nowadays. I live in a close-knit townhouse community, and in the past month, I have overheard 4 different couples arguing while I'm smoking in my garage. I was like, damn, are we on a Native American burial ground or something? Like, what? But I realized the state of our country is stress-inducing, and now I see we're all struggling. You should all come together and all talk about it. Then you should all join DSA or something. Start your own organization. That's what I started to do. I just started talking to my neighbors about shit. I feel like the only way that things are gonna get better is if we come together and talk about stuff and recognize that we're all after the same things and work together to make them happen. Now is a great time to get to know your neighbors. Talk to your neighbors. Talk about class consciousness. Get people politically motivated. It's the only way things are going to get better. But yeah, we're all feeling it. We're all feeling it. And even though the state of the world is what it is, there are still things out there that do bring me hope. Like when Zoran Mamdani sat down and recorded a video that said Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal. I was like, oh shit, that's awesome. I want more of that. I want more of whatever that is. I live next door, and I was wondering if you have a few minutes to talk about the eternal science of Marxism-Leninism. That's one way to do it. You do gotta be mindful of people's propaganda, though. A lot of people have been propagandized. A lot of people have to kind of deprogram. There's a lot of people out there who are still like their heart's in the right place, but they're still just like a little libbed up, if you know what I mean. Like, I support Medicare for all, but I also think that we should send Israel $1 billion, million, trillion. Israel. Nothing against you as a person. I just don't like your government. To be fair, though, I don't like my government either. My government, your government, they were the only two governments that said that food is not a human right. Not sure what that's all about. Our governments really do seem to like blowing people up. And then wondering why people are mad at us for blowing them up. Like, oh, I blew them up and then they got mad at me and they did something about it? Maybe I should blow them up more. I understand that all governments are imperfect, but not every government commits so many war crimes. We don't really just shrug off war crimes. Like, what can you do? No such thing as perfect. Guess white phosphorus is okay. How can I get better at tolerating and sitting with feelings of sadness without slipping into unhealthy or toxic coping mechanisms or getting pulled too deeply into the sadness or suicidal thoughts? Let's talk about it. You ask, how can I get better? The way to get better is practice and persistence. Now, there are some things that we can do to make that more effective. One thing to take into consideration is this change in environment. If we get stuck in a pattern and we're thinking about the same things in the same places, one helpful shift to make is to simply go somewhere else to think about those things. The environment that you're in will help to subtly change the ways in which you're thinking. And so it might be a little more peaceful, and you might find a little more contentment thinking about the things that make you sad if you're watching a sunset versus sitting alone in a dark room. It might feel like a much different experience. And so, as simple as that sounds, that is a big part of it. Get up and move around with it, instead of just sitting there with it. Think about it on the go. Think about it in a new place. It might help you to get a new perspective, a new angle on it. When you find yourself in those moments when you're starting to slip, when you find yourself in those moments when you're starting to feel like you're sliding into unhealthy or toxic coping mechanisms, try to take that as a moment of opportunity. Because it's those moments when you actually can do something to break out of the pattern. Everything else is just preparation. Everything else is just thinking. It's actually in that moment when you're faced with those feelings, when you're faced with those urges, that's where the actual work happens. So you gotta strike while the iron is hot. You catch yourself slipping into an old pattern, you say, okay, let's do something differently. Let's get up and go for a walk. go call up a friend. Let's go reach out to somebody. Where do I get this knowledge? College. I went to college to get more knowledge, but then I went to Jupiter to get more stupider, and it all canceled out. The best thing that you can do with a dark thought is turn it into motivation to do things differently, to make things better. You can take something that initially made you feel hopeless and helpless, and you can turn it into a force that drives you and motivates you. Atticus, do you want to go out? Or do you need a bed? I'll be right back. Atticus needs some attention. Alright. When an icky thought arises, it's like a TikTok popping up. Don't hit subscribe. When a dark thought pops up, you need to Pokemon Go somewhere else. It's helpful to remember that a thought is just a thought. A thought is not you. You are not your thoughts. You are the thinker of thoughts. A thought is just a mental event. And we choose how to respond to that mental event. And so in those moments when you feel like your thoughts are very heavy, what would you like to do about them? Where would you like to go from this point? We recognize in that moment, do I make a left? Do I make a right? Do I follow the old pattern? Do I go with the path of least resistance? Or do I do something different with it? Do I take it somewhere else? Do I open up to a new perspective on it? Do I consider that perhaps there are some things that I was wrong about? Maybe there's a new way that I could look at things. Or maybe there's simply just things that I hadn't quite thought of yet. One of the things that really stands out to me in terms of what it feels like to get better is that you'll have these moments of realization where things will feel like they're clicking into place. It'll feel like things are making sense, but you'll have this sensation of, how come I didn't think about that sooner? It seems so obvious now. How come I hadn't thought of that yet? The big realization for me was that getting better is simple. It was just that I was overcomplicating it. There were things that I insisted that I needed to cling to. Old pains, old resentments, old guilt, old shame. Just this accumulation of funk and crust. It was dealing me passive psychic damage. you can let go of it. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. The trick is just in realizing what is it that you actually do need. The brain will hold on to pain, thinking that it needs it. The brain will hold on to guilt and shame, thinking that it needs it. It's like, hey, this was scary. Hey, this hurt. That was dangerous. I must remember it. So that I know how to survive it. It's like an old crusty pair of underwear. Let it go. Send it on its way. It's like an ill-fitting t-shirt. The worst part is I'm aware of how many years I've wasted because of the depression, yet I'm still depressed and isolating myself. That makes sense. That's a normal feeling to have when you're overcoming depression, is looking back and being like, damn, I can't believe I was depressed for so long. But what might help things to feel better for you, what might help things to click, is realizing that even across all of those years, you were still trying your best. You were still laying the framework. You were still doing things that you needed to do to get to where you're at right now, so that you could continue on to where you're trying to go. That time was not wasted. There were moments of learning and awareness and reflection. There was growth, even if the light wasn't shining. So, would it be okay to let go of that regret? Or do we need that regret? How much more time do we need to spend dedicated to that depression? How much more time does that regret need to take from us? And what might we do instead? Oh, I'm with you on that one, because for a period of my life, felt very depressed. And I remember feeling that same way, like, damn, I can't believe all that time wasted. Time where I was depressed. But I realized if I live life in regret of the past, that's just me wasting more time. That's just me creating more regret. Homework will be to look at yourself in the mirror and tell you that you care about yourself. That you want to see yourself doing well. That even in dark times, you still looked out for yourself. Go say some nice things to yourself. That's your homework. Ava, are you coming up here? You ready for the desk, big man? Coming up? Come on. Coming up? No? A lift? Oh, he's going back up there. Okay, he just stopped over to say hi to me, I guess. You remember yesterday when we were talking about negative feedback loops? That's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to avoid negativity leading into more negativity so that we get stuck. What we really got to do is pivot. We just got to try something new. Well, I can't tell you what that is because for many different people, it might be many different things. But you probably have some idea. Even if it's just a change of space, a change of scenery. It might surprise you how things might feel just a little bit different by thinking about them in a different place. Being in a different place physically can help you to enter a different place mentally. He's back. Big guy. He's here. You see his fangs. Big guy. You're a big cat, Beaver. You're a big cat. The heaviest cat you ever did see. And they see me walking down the street. He's the king of the cool jerk. Girl Gone Wild, thank you for the Prime sub. Thanks for that Prime sub. Thanks for the 18 months. Hey man, not a question, but just wanted to give my thanks to everything you're doing. You've helped a lot of people, including me, throughout the years, and I just want you to know you make a difference. Love you, man. Love you too, partner. Let me know next time you see me. I'll give you a big ol' smooch. Right on the lips. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Just happy to be of service. I can't understate how important it is to just feel like you're doing something. This is what helps me feel like I'm doing something. You know? That'll look different for each of us. It's just me trying to utilize the opportunity I've got. Thank you. It's very sweet. Well, I'm glad to hear that I'm doing something. After 7,000 questions and how many presentations, I'm glad to know that I've been able to do something. I would have given up long ago without this stream. You probably would have found a way. It just probably wouldn't have been as fun. You know, you're resourceful, you're smart, you would have figured it out. But it wouldn't have been as fun. Take a moment to enjoy the top of Beaver's head. Beaver, why don't you tell him how you exited me out of Diablo 2 earlier? I've been feeling the nostalgic itch to play an action RPG, so I was just playing a little bit of single-player Diablo 2, and Beavis came over and laid on my keyboard, and all was fine until he decided to hit the F4 key while I was hitting Alt to look for loot. Isn't that right, Beaver? This comment made me feel good, so I'm just gonna let it soak in for a moment. Walked into a room one time to find the office cat sitting on the delete key as source code is rapidly disappearing. Cats run the show, you know? Cats run the show, don't they? They're hijacking the mainframe, they're deleting the source code. They're bossing us around. Cats run the show. They give us that toxoplasmosis. They give us the brain disease that makes us worship them. Good kitty. Anyway, if you like it here, you know, spread the word. That's how we do a lot of our growth. I've never really been into self-promotion, so a lot of the way that we've grown is just from, you know, knowing people who stream and then having crossover, or just spreading via word of mouth. Not the ad jump scare. Don't worry, Soren. Don't worry, Soren. I'm sure that by the end of the day, somebody will help you out. It'll happen. This one's quite political. Alright. I got somebody fired up. Let's see what this says. You think Mom Donnie is being honest? He seems friendly. He seems friendly and he says things that sound good, so... shame on me for having hope. Jonathan! Jonathan, thank you for gifting that sub. Try talking to people from the Middle East. I've talked to a few. I've had a few people come in here. I've had a few members of the community that are from the Middle East. I also have a friend, she's originally from Iran. She was born in Iran. So yeah, I mean, I've spoken to a few people from the Middle East, but do I, as a Midwestern white boy, know as many Middle Easterners as I could? Probably not. But I love Middle Eastern people. I really do. My first introduction into the Palestinian conflict was when I worked at a restaurant owned by a Middle Eastern man. He was actually from, I think he might have been Lebanese. I never actually asked him though, but we had other employees there because he hired a lot of Middle Eastern employees, and I got to know these two ladies who were originally from Palestine, and so talked to them about it. And this was over 10 years ago. This was probably like 15, 16 years ago. And so I've tried to stay relatively informed as well as I can as somebody who lives in a government that really likes to put a spin on things. Try talking to all the Jews who have been experiencing hate crimes after his speech. Don't know enough Jewish people either. I don't know, like I said, Midwestern white boy. Do I have to talk to all of them, though? That sounds like a lot of people to talk to. Most importantly, try to dodge the ocean of propaganda that Qatar and the IRGC are filling the internet with, and do actual research about Hamas and the Palestinians against Hamas. Likewise for the propaganda that's put out by the opposing side. Like, okay, I understand that propaganda exists. I have a whole presentation about how to identify propaganda. That's one of the things I like to teach people about, is how to identify propaganda. So yeah, I try to... I'm like, I understand that you're frustrated about stuff, but I'm not sure if you're right to be frustrated at me, because I think that we're on the same side. Yeah, both sides fucking suck. What do you want me to say? Both sides do terrible shit because people are killing each other, and I want people to stop killing each other. There's no apartheid in Israel. I would disagree on that part. I see a lot of footage. It looks worse than Jim Crow America. You know, when you have streets that only people of a certain ethnic group can walk down, that's apartheid. You know, you got razor wire. You got people with mounted machine guns, sniper rifles. Like, what's your definition of apartheid? I'm team anti-genocide. I'm team anti-killing people. That's the team I'm on. I'm on team human. Anyway, it sounds like you're reasonably frustrated about the situation. I feel you. I feel you. But I don't think that I'm your enemy. Feels more like a blog post than a question. Like, it's no surprise that everyone involved in an armed conflict is doing everything that the opposing person is accusing them of doing. Like, I've just seen too many photos and videos of like kids with their arms blown off and like dead kids. I'm just like, how many fucking dead kids do I need to look at before people stop blowing each other up? Like, whatever that is, that's what I'm against. I don't give a fuck about what religious group you're a part of. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Stop blowing people up. It's fucking barbaric. And if you're gonna try to convince me that the only way to get to stop people from blowing each other up is by blowing each other up, that's not gonna work. We've been doing that same shit for thousands of years. The only way to stop blowing people up is to actually stop blowing people up. But yeah, if you think I'm your enemy because I want to arrest people who commit war crimes, I want to arrest every war criminal. That includes the American war criminals. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we're on the same side. I don't know how what I said was correlated to support for anybody. Really. Like, I wasn't supporting any individual group. But then again, I'm not one to criticize how a resistance group operates against an oppressive force. I'm not the one who gets to police how that works. I prefer the path of peace. Going off the previous compliment received, I'd like to share that your advice helped me to avoid a panic attack for the first time in 3 years. I haven't had one since getting on my medical marijuana card. However, things have been insanely stressful and I felt one coming on, and I was high, so I was startled since that hadn't happened before. I was able to literally make it go away using breathing techniques you advised me to use, so big thanks to you, Mr. Brain. It's WN's Day, apparently. Also, I don't mind political posts in the box, just for the record. I don't mind political questions in the box, but just try to keep it to like one question or one point. Like, don't give me a whole paragraph of everything that you're mad about, and try not to make too many speculations on what it is that I believe based on whatever it is that I might say about one particular thing. If you want to know what I believe about something, just ask me what I believe about that thing. Like, I've sat here and said that I think that each of the Abrahamic religions have aspects to them that remind me of a death cult. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, that's where I'm at with my understanding of this situation. It's like, fuck all these people who are trying to fill out some goddamn doomsday prophecy so that they can have some religious moment due to their own fucking grandiose narcissism. Stop blowing people up for that shit, you fucking psychopaths. That's where I'm at. Any questions? Would you like me to elaborate on anything? No, don't sit here and ask me to explain away every atrocity that's been committed by any member of any side in this conflict. And I think that's one of the big problems with having discussions about this type of stuff today, is because there's bad blood that runs back for so many years that we can't actually sit down and have a discussion about where do we go from here, because there's just so much vitriol and hatred. Same, I hate religions. I don't even hate religions, that's the thing. There are religious groups, there are religious organizations that actually contribute a lot of good to the world. They help to build up their communities, they help to, my issue is with fundamentalists. My issue is with the people who will use religion as a means of dictating government policy. Utilizing things like the military in order to bring about some sort of religious prophecy. That is what I am against. I'm not against people coming together in the community and celebrating whoever it is that they identify as a creator. There can be a lot of joy and comfort in that. It can do a lot of good. What I hate is that how people bastardize that, though. People who weaponize religion. That's what I can't stand. It should be about bringing people together instead of driving people apart. Instead of cool mysticism, we got colonial empire. It's true, we could have been doing some neo-pagan stuff and it would have been awesome. We could have been out there dancing in the woods, weaving little crowns out of flowers. That's what we're meant to do. That's what we beating on drums and chanting. That's what we ought to be doing. I don't know when religion had to become this sort of shame-inducing humiliation ritual. I don't know when that got popular. I don't know enough about theology. Probably, actually, if I think about it, my best guess would be around the time of the bubonic plague, maybe. I think plague would probably, a really bad plague would do that. It would make people very religiously chaste, especially if you're like, oh my god, God hates us. Everyone I know is dead of a horrific disease. God hates us. God's scary. Maybe don't worship the god of disease and pestilence. Maybe worship the god of love and compassion. It's all the same god. It's just about which face you want to look at. At least that's where I'm at, as far as religion goes. Why did it... Automod blocked the word loins. It said, what? Loins? What is this, 1840? No. No mention of loins. What? Yeah, the word the word loins got auto-modded. I'm like, sorry, that's too vivacious. That's a little too risque for me. Whew, your mention of loins. What next? Bosom? You know what it might have been? I had a sponsored stream and I had to set my auto moderator to a slightly higher level. Maybe that's what it was. How simply controversial. People may mistake you for some sort of prostitute. Bosom's fine, apparently. Okay, yeah, bosom's fine. Loins, on the other hand. Let me adjust this setting. Let me turn it. I had it set to like auto mod level 1, but I had to set it to 2. I had to set it to 2 for the sponsored bit, and I didn't put it back yet. About you, chat, but I'm thinking people are starting to get pretty upset about this whole Middle East thing. Have you noticed? Anybody else noticed? This whole geopolitical situation? I guess people are pretty stressed about it. I understand that, it's important to recognize that other governments are gonna try to put a spin on things, but ours does too, obviously. This is why when I try to find news and updates on stuff, I try to go through, whatever channel I can to find it, because there's a lot of censorship even. You can't, certain stuff is gonna get suppressed. Local elections that should be boring are being injected with millions of APEC money. It's everywhere. Oh yeah, some of these national races have been insane with the amount of money they've been dumping in. Can't wait until I run for city council or something, and then they're they're running attack ads. Here he is saying that Zoran seems like a nice guy. Honestly, Zoran feels like such a litmus test for me. Like, if you look at him and you don't think that he comes off as a nice guy, it sets off some red flags for me. I'm like, how can you not like him? He's so nice. He's so nice, and he just wants to take care of the city that he grew up in and that he loves. And he wants to help the people that live in that city. But oh no, he's so evil. It's nice to see that a politician can actually make things better instead of just make things worse, like every single other fucking politician I've ever fucking known. I'm getting constant ads about how sexist Abdul El Sayed is. I love that guy. Isn't he awesome? I'm just tired of politicians who just act like they can't get anything done or ever do anything. It's just so fucking refreshing to actually have somebody who does things that they said they were going to do and people are actually benefiting from it. But oh no, he can't be the mayor of New York because of 9/11. I'm like, don't get me started on that. It's like, don't do the Islamophobia. It's fucked up. People say that. People say that here. That's one of the things that they say. They're like, how could New York elect a Muslim? Especially after 9/11. Have they forgotten 9/11? It's fucked up. It's just so fucking, it's just, you're just going to exploit this tragedy where thousands of people died just because you don't like this guy's political policies, or you're gonna make assumptions about him based on his religion? Like, I've just met so many kind and wonderful people from the Middle East. And I just really wish that we weren't still killing each other over some ancient books or land disputes. You know? It hurts. It hurts my humanity. Question today. Just wanted to say I appreciate you and your stream. Keep up the good work, brother. Well, thank you, my friend. Thank you, brother. Oh, I feel it. I feel it. I feel like Goku charging up a spirit bomb. I feel your energy. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta get that Zomboid update. Beaver, I hope you didn't get upset with my politics, Beaver. Beaver doesn't like to do politics. Turned on stream when you went live and fell asleep to the tones. I guess something really resonated. Alright, Beaver. I need my keyboard. Turn a little. There you go. Sometimes you just need a nice nap. Can't see through you. Covering up my Zomboid update. Hey. It's me meant to look like I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. What can I say? I love Home Alone. I watched that movie a dozen times as a child. Watch it every Christmas. Really vibe. Yep. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Yeah, that's the vibe. Random tidbit, I got to know Eric Avari years ago. He had all but quit acting after 9/11 because casting only wanted him to play Middle Eastern terrorist roles. Really sad. He played the librarian in The Mummy in 99. Yeah, like... America is long overdue for a conversation about Islamophobia. I actually just watched The Mummy not that long ago. I was over at my sister's house, and we were having a movie night, and we watched it out in the driveway. She had a projector, and she put it on the garage. We all had suggestions for a movie, and we wrote them on slips of paper, and then mine ended up getting picked. That was my selection, was The Mummy. One thing I love about that NYC mayor fella is how he's helping to shift the Overton window and normalize US homies being chill about Muslims. It's true. It's true. Like, if you go in like right-wing media, there's still just so much of what they put out is it just continges on this false belief that anyone who is Muslim or has, practices Islam is like evil. Like, we have sitting US politicians who are actively tweeting that shit like, today, tweeting about how people of a different religion are evil. Alright, Beaver. I don't know if you can be up here while I'm playing Project Zomboid. You're probably gonna get me killed. Beaver, I cannot see through you. Beaver. This big cat on my desk and I can't see around him. Oh. Stay on the desk. I can't see the screen. Okay, if you lay down and you're not on my keyboard, you can be on the desk, okay? Otherwise, this isn't gonna work. Can you do that, Beaver? He's gonna try. He says he'll try his best. Also, you can't chew on anything. You can't randomly decide to chomp a cable or something. Look sure, Beaver. You look like you're confused. Alright, he said he's gonna behave, but he's not happy about it. He's giving me that look. Yeah. He said he'll comply, but unwillingly. He was flicking his tail. I could tell he was pissed. See? There he goes. Just gotta learn to speak cat is all. I just had my caretaker over. They usually help me with a shower, and when they did, they shoved my scrub brush very forcefully in an area that I'm sure you'll piece together on your own, and I feel like this is in retaliation to me trying to explain how voting works with ballots, and the topic of abortion came up, and she said, I'm worried about that, and she said the Dems don't care, and I explained it's not that, but the reality is there are less abortions under Dems because they put safety nets in and have education campaigns, among other things. And she started rubbing her ear with the middle finger like a fucking 12-year-old. And that's when I stopped talking about politics after this visit occurred. She stopped being my regular helper and went to once a week, and the thing is, I depend on her to help me with my food prep, but at the same time, if this is what she will do to me, what is she doing to my food? Spitting, etc.? We might try to switch them out. Can we talk to a supervisor? Is there somebody we can, can we... Sounds like it's time for a new one. I feel incredibly violated and trapped at the same time and concerned for other people she's supposed to help. What should I do? The thing that comes to mind to me is to just contact whatever agency this person works for or whoever their supervisor is and just say, hey, I just feel like, how much you tell them is up to you. I don't feel like you have to explain everything if you don't want to. It just you could keep it as simple as, we're not a good fit. Could you send someone else? If they ask you to elaborate, then by all means, elaborate. But you can kind of do that at your discretion, is all I'm saying. I'm not saying you shouldn't talk about it. I'm just saying that if for some reason you didn't feel comfortable doing it, you don't have to. It also might be helpful to have somebody who could help to advocate on your behalf if you have anybody else that you know that might help to speak up for you, if that's something that you're concerned about. Like a neighbor, a friend, a family member. And so I'm reading back through this, and I'm not sure of what the arrangement is. know, they mentioned that it's a caretaker, but I'm not sure within what context this person is a caretaker for you. Because sometimes it might just be a family or friend arrangement. Sometimes it might be a person that's through like a nursing agency. And so I'm not sure if it's like a personal thing, then maybe it's probably going to be, it might be a little, well, you said that they're also caring for other people too. So that's kind of, like how I answer this kind of depends on what the situation is. Like if this person is like being paid by some organization to be here, then yes, I would just contact the organization and say, hey, this person, you know, just has been off with me lately, you know, just whatever you feel like talking to them about, and just try to find someone else. I thought that was an all-inclusive term for helper. Within the context that I interpreted it, it was that a caretaker, like, I don't know, because I was just within the context of the question, I guess. I kind of interpreted it as like this is an in-home aid type situation, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. However, I would encourage you to find someone else that you can trust, that you can talk to help advocate for you. You know, especially if you're feeling trapped and violated, like you're gonna want to feel like there's people in your corner. And it doesn't have to be, you know, it could be a family member, it could be a friend, it could be a compassionate neighbor, you know, just somebody who's, you know, willing to just take your side. But yeah, it sounds like either way, if this is care that you're needing, we might need to look into finding care from a different provider. There are probably, you know, because there are resources out there that can help you to connect with providers. You know, even if you were to just start calling places and asking questions. But yeah, it's a stressful and scary situation when somebody that you depend on for help is feeling like more of a threatening figure. But yeah, if this person works for an agency, I would definitely contact the agency, let them know what's going on. Let them know that you're interested in finding somebody new. If it's just a more like personal individual arrangement, if you are in need of a caretaker, you might be eligible for one if you don't have one through an agency. Like if you're having like a family member or a friend as a caretaker, there might be alternative options. Whatever it takes for you to feel safe and comfortable and properly taken care of. Yeah, just thinking about that question, like, that hurts my heart, you know? There are vulnerable people out there who depend on caregivers, and there's some crappy caregivers out there who just will be petty. It's it's just sad to see. All right. I've decided we're going to go for it. We're going to go for it. Healthcare is no place for impatience and intolerance, precisely. Healthcare is about care, compassion. Real quick. A lot of Project Zomboid viewers right now. Project Zomboid has over 50,000 viewers right now because of this new update. Papa Brain, what do you like to be called? Well, my name is Joshua. You can call me that, you can call me Josh. Honestly, call me whatever you want. I'm just happy that you're talking to me. It hit a new all-time player count high too. That's awesome. Yeah, this is a big update. It's a big update. It's been in the works for a while. I had a classmate in college who was loud and proud about being a homophobe. It's always those that end up being, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it always the most outspoken that you're always the most suspicious of? Like, Like you're one of those gay guys who thinks it's not gay just because you're on top. They exist. What can I say? Checking my sound settings real quick. It's not gay if no eye contact. It's not gay if the balls don't touch. Thank you so much for doing this stream. My mental health has been hanging on by a thread these last few years, and this stream is exactly what I need to remind me of the main thing and the tools I have. I'm glad you said that right after I said it's not gay unless the balls touch. That's exactly what I needed. That's exactly what I needed to hear. It ain't gay unless the balls touch. These sound settings seem good. Nothing gay about kissing your homies. How else are you gonna show them that you love them? Unless with a big smooch right on the lips. You'd say, come here, big boy. That's what I like to say to homophobes. What are you afraid of? Somebody's gonna try to kiss you? Come here, big boy. Right, we gotta try this new update. We gotta try this new update. And you know what? We've earned it. We've earned it. Hug all my friends who like to be hugged. We all like a hug. Some people don't like a hug. But I might still offer it. I found it's polite to offer a hug instead of insisting on a hug. Like, don't force somebody into a hug, but just ask them, like, would you like a hug? Look at this new screen. Got a new launch screen in the game. Take it easy. Take it easy. Have a good one. This little intro scene, I always thought it was just so well made. It was like when it's dark, you're like, oh, she's wounded and he's helping her. And then the lightning flashes and you realize that he's actually eating her. I think my save conversion saves. Advising use backup Steam betas to continue your save. I like to do Apocalypse. It's the default. The default's plenty of challenge. You can make things harder if you're really into it. I've tried playing on Extinction, but it's like you fight 2 zombies and your character is just exhausted for the rest of the day. It's just like, it ruins my immersion. If I were in the zombie apocalypse, I would be bashing zombies gleefully for hours. Right, so we've got Muldrow, Riverside. This one. This one. Where should we start? A poll. Quick poll. Super quick poll. I missed the Echo Creek start. I thought the Echo Creek start was so fun. You used to be able to start in this, it's over here. You used to start right here. This was one of the options. And it's a bit more relaxed of a start. And there's this great spot at this gas station where you can make an awesome little base. But they got rid of it, and now you can only start. They added so much, like all of this stuff in here. They added all of this. Really fleshed this out. They added all this stuff out in the west. They added a little town down here, town out here. Ekron has a whole like community college. It's pretty awesome. Tons of stuff. The only place I haven't been yet is Brandenburg. I've never taken a character out to Brandenburg yet. So if we started in Riverside, it wouldn't be too hard. Riverside's a pretty good place to start because you've got this industrial area right here, and it's got Louisville's up here. We made it up to Louisville on our last character. Here, I'll turn the music down a bit. I'll turn the volume down a little bit, that way it's not singing over me. Anyway, all I was saying was they added a bunch of stuff. Basically all of this stuff out in the west they added in this update. Alright, so we got a poll. We got a poll running. Need to decide where we're going to spawn in at. Which of these 4 towns? Riverside, Rosewood, Muldrow, or West Point? I've got experience starting in all of them. I've put enough hours in this game. Rosewood's got 2, Muldrow's got 2. Oh, and West Point's got 2. It's split. If it ends up being a tie, we're gonna immediately just end the broadcast. Start in Rosewood. There's a big fire station. There's a pretty big police station. You're also over near the prison. Some industrial stuff. Muldrow's got just about everything except for a gun shop. West Point has a gun shop. West Point's one of my favorite places to start in, even though it's a bit dangerous. It's got a bit of a higher population than some of the other starting zones. All of these options, Riverside's probably the safest place to start. Riverside's a relatively safe start. It's not super crowded. So there's a fair amount of stuff like around the outside that you can kind of safely loot without having to go where it's too populated. Looks like it's gonna be West Point. Alright, we're going to West Point. They changed anything with this? Start. Some of these are good, but some of these are useless. This one actually seems really good. DIY expert. +2 to maintenance. Your weapons are going to last a lot longer. Also a bonus to short blunt, so you can just run around smashing everything with a hammer. These look almost the same, except this one's just got a pointed long blunt. I guess if you want to use sledgehammer or something. I think they added a few new ones. Carpenter seems pretty good. Burglar can hotwire vehicles. That's useful. I also don't really sneak around all that much, so... Plus, I kind of like the thrill of having to find the key to the car. Burger flipper, blacksmith. I normally just go with a custom occupation and just pick stuff. I like a character that's strong and athletic. That way we can really just fight some zombies. And then I also like to get something that gives me a bonus to maintenance. Like Tinkerer. This maintenance makes your weapons last longer, and if you start with a point in it, then you level up that skill faster. And so having a point of maintenance at the start means that your character will level maintenance faster for the entire time you've got that character. So it's just nice to have. There's a few other good ones. I think they added some new things too. Alright, so we have to balance this out and get back to 0. Oh, hold on. It's covered. Hey. Viscous, thanks for the 6 months. So I have to balance this out and get it back to 0. So I have to get 16 points worth of negative. So I normally take thin-skinned because you shouldn't be getting bitten anyway. So that's free points. Just don't get bit. Also take prone to illness. And hearty appetite. I don't mind having to eat more. It's not that bad. It's free points. I can also take weak stomach. I can also take... I could take more that are kind of just like free points. Clumsy, make more noise when moving. That's not that big of a deal. Conspicuous. More likely to be spotted by zombies. Just don't get spotted. Or just kill the zombies. So now we've got 8 points. What can I get with 8 points? Organized. Increase container inventory capacity. Let's get organized. 4 points. Lower skill requirements to research recipes from items or auto-learn recipes. That sounds good. I think I just want to take baseball player. It's like dexterous. Oh wait, no. How many is nimble? Can I get nimble? Or did I get nimble already? Or did they get rid of that one? Is the music gonna start back up? Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Here we go. I've never seen it. I don't know if I've seen Inventive before. I think that's one of the new ones, so let's just go ahead and do that. Since she never died on that last playthrough, I think we gotta bring her back. Or do we go with somebody new? What do you say, chat? Do we run it back with Erica, or do we mix it up? She's a survivor. On that, so on the last playthrough, we took her all the way to Louisville. She made it through the military checkpoint. She had killed well over 1,000 zombies. And she was camped out in the Army surplus store in Louisville. She was a real killer. And I think we're gonna have to just bring her back, because she's not done. Alright, are we ready? Oh, I'm excited. Before we get into this, though, we have one question in the box, and I want to take that before we get to the game. So, just take it right here. How can someone with complex trauma from a narcissistic family move forward with minimal stress after going no contact, especially if they can't move away and their family continues to stalk and anonymously disrupt their life? How do we do that with with minimal stress? Because I'm glad you at least recognize that it's minimal stress, because there's gonna be stress. Because this is a stressful situation. And so it makes perfect sense that it's going to be stressful. What it sounds like is you are taking those steps. Like you said, you've gone no contact. That's an important and difficult step to make. You know, it's not like you're starting at the beginning here. You've already made a lot of progress to get where you're at right now. And so What I would encourage you to do is to just keep working on it. Find people that you can trust, find people that do support you. Because this is too much for any one person to take all on their own. There's no problem with asking for help. That's how we heal with trauma. Is together. It's not something that's easy to do all on your own. Yeah, I saw that in there and I didn't want to leave it waiting. So, alright. Going in. Going in. It'd be crazy if I ended up getting bit on my spawn in after surviving for so long last time around. That's the thing about this game, is spawning in with a fresh character in a new world. It's one of the most dangerous situations. You're starting in, you got nothing. All right. Are you ready? I'm ready. Foggy outside? Oh my god. And it's foggy as fuck. Oh no. It's foggy as hell. Oh my god, they fixed that? You used to not be able to properly close some windows. It looks like they might have fixed it. I'm just closing all these curtains so that no zombies can look in. Oh my god, I'm so glad they fixed that. You used to not be able to close curtains if there was like something in the way. It was so frustrating. Beanie? I look like Tim Pool. Ooh, a duffel bag. Nice. Put that on her back. Sheet. Use a sheet. The key to the house I'm in? Close the curtains. Don't know who's outside looking in. Plenty of food in here. Holy shit. Nice. Oh, popsicle. Okay. Griddle pan. 2 of them. That's a workable weapon. It's not that great, but it's better than nothing. Griddle pan. Ah, bottle for some water. Fillet knife. Not the best weapon, but we'll take it just in case. Never hurts to have a backup knife. Once we spawned in and it's so foggy, what I'm gonna do is just slowly start exploring the neighborhood that I'm in. I might use this house here as a base. No great weapons, but more sheets in here. Just toys. If I had one more sheet, I could close this door up, but oh, shit, where am I? I'm like out in the woods. Okay. This is a very safe looking start, actually. Okay. Nice. Nice. Sometimes you spawn in the middle of a trailer park and there's nothing to loot. No car. Guess we're going to the neighbors. Guess I should have zoomed out at the start. I was being all safe. So you never know. Sometimes you spawn in and the neighborhood's a bit more crowded. Inside. Oh, the door's open. This looks empty. Could be a zombie in one of these back rooms, though. Could just be standing in this room back here or something. Oh, nope. Empty. Nice. Digital watch. Oh, a fresh chicken leg. Nice. They just left. Whoever was here just left. They just made some chicken and they just left. I don't know where they were off to in such a hurry that they couldn't eat their chicken. We're literally just here. Nice and full. Thanks for the chicken. More sheets. Nice. Oh yeah, some first aid stuff. Let's take some alcohol wipes. Some painkillers, some sleeping pills, towel. You never know when you're gonna need a towel. Is that a 2 liter? Oh, it is a 2 liter bottle. Gold watch. Yoink. Photograph of an old tree. Can I read this? Nice. The mall. Chat, maybe that's where we'll go on this playthrough. We'll try to get to the mall. I can see it. I can see the storyline fleshing out now. We get this brochure for the mall. It inspires our character. We're like, if there's people, surely they're congregating at the mall, just like in that movie, Dawn of the Dead. If there's survivors, they're probably at the mall. So that's where we gotta go. Little does our character know that The mall is one of the most densely populated, zombie-infested areas in the game. I was really hoping to find a car key. Wait, what's... Oh, what's this? A bag. Oh, it's right here! It's in one of the random cabinets! Nice. Go ahead and leave all this food in here, I guess. They have a pen in here somewhere? I need something to write with. It's so foggy. Oh wait, it's because I'm still in search mode. I'm like, damn, it's dark. Pen? Oh, a pencil? That'll work. This is a nice little secure spot for now, so we'll just go ahead and mark that on the map. Alright, where's the next place? Okay, just down the road. Close her up. God, it's foggy. Even though it's crazy foggy, this is probably one of the most peaceful starts I've ever had in this game. This is actually kind of insane. Right. To the next house. Oh, dang. Do they got a farm? Look at that. Sunflowers. Can I loot these? I can. They're almost ready for harvest. Oh my god. Maybe we'll take over this house. I got a garden. And a big old garage. Please be open. Please be open. Damn. Yes. God, this is awesome. Look at all this stuff. Nice. Some knee pads. Gotta protect your knees. Garden fork. Now that's a weapon. Tire iron, another great weapon. Pocket knife, nice. Wood saw, a wrench. Lots of good stuff in here. I'll just leave it in here though. I might end up taking over this place. Lots of good stuff. Some planks, some saw blades, some nails, a spade, garden hoe. All we're missing is like a hammer. Oh, hammers. Club hammer, but that's can't be used to do nails. Maybe these boxes. Oh shit. Jarred food. Toolboxes. This one's got gardening stuff. This one's got seeds and... Oh my god. Oh shit, a handy knife. It can do anything. 2 of them. Yoink. This place is awesome. Empty bottles. No regular hammer, but pretty much everything else. Nice. And a little spot to do my Pilates. Oh, slide too? Awesome. So much fun. Right. Let's see what kind of condition this house is in. Hopefully it's just as empty. Okay, the radio's on in there. The TV or something. Looks pretty empty. Oh, there's a zombie. Those two. This house is awesome. It's open. This place is cool. Tell it was owned by a real patriot. Piano? RPG manual. We played D&D. Shit, elbow pads. Nice. Firecrackers. Friendship bracelet. Alright, we're taking this house over. Let's lock it up. It's got a big garden in the back. It's got a bunch of loot. Got a bunch of jarred food, like preserved food, out in the garage. Let's turn off the TV. Is that a fireplace poker? It's a good weapon. You're gonna tell me that the owner of this house does not own a single firearm? My immersion. There's no way. There's no way that whoever lives here. Not a single gun? What's this random blood? You see that? Random blood on the ground? It looks so silly. Food, some chocolate. Wish game. Trash can. Fog is lifted. God, I can see again. Fog was insane. Right. This looks like a pretty safe little spot. We got really lucky with this spawn. This is really nice. Just you three? Over here, we'll start a pile. Anytime now. Ooh. Aim. You not hear me? Let's go get that car. So this is home now. Nice house. Wasn't full of zombies. It's got a big ass garden. Got food. This start has been suspiciously peaceful. Got a car with a key. Do we have gas? You're gonna give me gas too? You gave me a little bit of gas? Wow. This is one of the friendliest starts I've ever had. This is crazy. There's all the zombies. They were outside in this field. Hungry? I got something. I don't have any food on me. That's my bad. Just kept looking at food. I was like, oh wait, I don't actually have any food. Got any snacks on you? It's fine, we're not gonna starve. We're just a little bit. Just ate that big chicken thing. I'm just a little peckish. Work up a nice appetite with the suns. That's why I like the garden spear, or the garden, whatever this is called, garden fork. It's got that one-hit KO. Sometimes just randomly one-hit KO. It's awesome. Same with like a knife if you do it at the, you have to like do it when you're close enough or something. I'm not sure how the knife one-hit KO works because I don't normally use knives because they're pretty dangerous. You have to be a lot closer to use them. This game has bi-directional sound. It would be like, you can make your character deaf in this game. I cannot imagine how much of a challenge that would be. The audio cues in this game are so important. Okay, this car's kind of crappy, but actually, engine status says it's green, so it's probably not too bad. Grab something to eat before we go out adventuring. Let's see what's in here. Snacks. Chocolate bar. Cucumber. Is this raw milk? Is this milk raw? Other stuff I have to cook. Can opener, so I can't open this. I think I could open it with a. Oh, I can open it with my handy knife. Open it with my little Swiss Army knife. Why do I love the handy knife? Does everything. The start has been too good. Suspiciously good. Let's eat this whole cucumber. Let's try to figure out where the hell I am. That's my constraint. I might be on the west side of town. I'm not sure. They revamped a bunch of the towns, so some things might look a bit different. Oh, hello. I need to find gas. I'm dangerously low on gas. Yeah, stuff just... a lot of stuff just looks different. lot to make the town areas feel more real. I think I know where I am. I'm not sure if I know where I'm at. Everything just kind of looks a little different. Can't afford to be driving around all day. I need to find some gas pretty soon. How do I get out of this neighborhood? Truck. Down place. Now, if I remember correctly, there should be a gas station right around here somewhere. Don't run out of gas. Don't run out of gas. Don't. Yeah, there should be a gas station. It might be over here. Trying not to peek at the actual map. I'm trying to just go off of my memory. Oh man, we are on E. Okay, we need to... Oh, truck stop. Okay. Y'all got gas? Is this all fenced off? Oh shit. Okay, you can drive through those. I was like... God. I was about to smash my car. So here's the gas. The car ran out right there. That's crazy. Welp. Gas station. Yeah, like they, like all this stuff, like this stuff looks new. I've got a can of fruit cocktails. Cruising. See how many zombies I'm gonna have to kill in order to get some gas. This garden fork does a lot of damage. Oh, shit. That broke. Just clubbing it with the handle. Alright, I've got backup weapons. Let's see how far I can bust this guy up with my the handle of this weapon. Pretty good. A bad little weapon. Anybody want to start heading this way? Hello? There we go. No, I'm hoping one of these vans will run. There's some sweet cars in this lot. What that Spiffos van? It's for one of the restaurants. It's Spiffos. Mascot is that squirrel, that raccoon. Change up a lot of the way that the towns look. They said that they overhauled all of them, so I was like, wow, I'm really looking forward to seeing that. But even just being here, I'm like, things look different. Just go ahead and have my fruit cocktail. If I could get either of these fans running, actually get this to the pump. It's so funny that it died right there. It's too far away. It's too far from the... I can put some gas in this tin can and then put the tin can gas into the car. Need just a tin can's worth. Excuse me, sir. I'll be right with you. Are you here for the TP USA? Here for the Make Heaven Crowded tour. I have to send all these zombies to heaven. That's what we're doing. We're trying to make heaven crowded. These souls, we need to free them. All coming together. Hey, that's perfectly good rock candy in that trash can. Too many zombies left. Clear this place out, and then we'll start checking out these cars. Maybe I'll just leave those guys alone for a minute. They seem to not mind that I'm over here. Alright, I need this to be... I need to find the key. Thirsty? Drink some of your Sprite. Alright, no key to that GenFac fan. But we might get lucky on these other new... Oh, what's this? What's that? Box of paper clips? What am I supposed to do with that? Locked. Alright, spiffos. Five fresh burgers? Five fresh burgers. We're gonna eat like a king. Or a queen, I guess. Lock the trunk. Where's this at a key? Spiffo t-shirt. Server hat. That could. Flint nodule. Okay. Oh shit, there's a bunch of zombies. God dang. Let's look around this parking lot a little bit. One here. And with a car wash. So mad at AI today. Good. Good. They updated Claude and it's literally more dumb. Well, yep. That's how it goes. Stick. We'll go ahead and fill this car up. And these fans might be in the gas station. Could be zombies. Look around a little bit. I won't give up quite yet. Right, full tank of gas. Let's just check some zombies for keys. They're pretty stuck in there. Unless they knocked that section of fence down or something. I think it takes zombies, like they can knock fences down, but it takes them quite a while. Keys. See the keys to the Spiffo's van? My thing finally break? Oh, it did. Bust out the fireplace. That's a weapon. Can I hit you? What the fuck? I keep missing. There we go. Holy shit. Like, did not bite my fucking feet. I need some boots, is what I need. I need to get some military boots, or some cowboy boots or something. Something I can't get bitten through. This gas station. Different. I love this visual update they've done with this game. It looks really good. Be playing this off stream even. I might be playing it with my buddies. What? Like, look at this. This is crazy. They made it look so different. It looks so good. Candy. First aid kit. Rubber hose. Yep. Got any scratchers? No cigarettes. Map Rosewood. Nice. Map. Unpopular electronics. Magazine. Grandma's Kitchen. Make cookies. Stuff. Yeah, I have 5 burgers on me. Gotta eat them before they go bad. Let's all leave some stuff here. Don't really have space. Sad that I couldn't find the key to this vehicle. side of town. We're on the other side of town, but driving through downtown West Point, it didn't seem that congested, so shouldn't be too bad. Got a car, we got gas, we got food. The same save. No, this is a new update, actually. They just updated it, so I had to start a new character. But yeah, they did a huge update. They like redid the towns and stuff, so everything looks updated and new. I do want to do some exploring around here, but it's getting late. Getting my character back to our base so we can go to bed. Why is it so light out here? Isn't it 2200? Isn't that like 10 p.m.? They had new features. They added some new stuff. They added like some new perks. They added blacksmithing. They added like a whole bunch of stuff. Crafting stuff. They redid pretty much every city. Your little town got a facelift. Stinky. Not sure why it was so bright outside. It should be way darker at 10 p.m. Why did I... Oh, now it's dark. Now that I wake up, it's 3 in the morning. What? Why did I wake up so early? Couldn't sleep. I guess we'll actually do some cooking. We'll do some cooking, I guess, since we woke up at 3 in the morning. Just go ahead and make a big stew. Go to the sink, fill, empty pot. Something with my inventory. Turn the light on too. There we go. most of it. I can make rice too. Let's make squash too. Throw some. Let's see if we got anything in here. Chicken. Oh, it's frozen. Thawed out. I can't add frozen chicken to the recipe. It's fine, we'll just thaw it out in the oven. This is gonna take a bit. Chicken. It's too bad I can't add a burger to the stew. Can I drink all this milk? A whole liter of milk? Let's do it. Is that raw milk? Full to bursting. That sounds about right. Let's go ahead and cook this chicken leg stew. Takes about as long to cook something in game time as it does to cook in real life. It could even take longer. This thing's been in the oven for like an hour. Chicken leg stew, baby. 68 hunger. You know what we do with the stew? Keep it in the trunk in case we get hungry. There's 4 burgers before they go bad. What's wrong with another burger for breakfast? If this connects back around out here, I'm not sure. Light. Let's check it out. another small feature they added. Added street names finally. Go on the map, it'll show you the streets. Oh fuck, that stump. See that stump? We're fine. Into the end of Blood and Wine. Isn't it such a good expansion? It also ends the game on a pretty good note, too. Nice note to end it on. But hey, you've got the fourth installment to look forward to now. Snacks and stuff. Let's check out the city a little bit. I want to see some of what they've done to the place. Because they redid all these towns, like all these houses look different now. Everything looks, it just feels much more like a real little neighborhood than like just the same kind of like houses repeated. This update looks really good. Oh shit, an ambulance. Ambulance is a good vehicle to have. Yeah, right? Like, there's just so many little touches that they added. Like, houses have more gardens. There's just like more little things around. Like, I kind of know where I'm at because I've played the game so much, but I also do find myself like asking like, now where am I? Because things do just look so different. Like, if I remember correctly, we should be like, there's a grocery store on the east side of town. Okay, so here's the West Point PD. Looks different. Just looks so. The supermarket. Shit, like even Spiffos looks different. They added this little like. Another Spiffos van. See, there's another chance. Give up on the Spiffos van dream. This is the gun shop. Okay. Nice. Yeah,
You see how crowded the gun shop is? Holy shit. Bits of road construction. Just those little touches. Feel train station has an actual parking lot. Auto body shops right over here. This is way big. It looks. I feel like they made this way bigger. This is a nice little spot for a base. Shop base. Doesn't this seem... Am I crazy? I thought it used to just be like one big square. This section. West Point Gun Shop's where it's at, but you saw how crowded that place was. That place was not looking for me. If that's the gun shop, that means that this is the grocery store. Looks a bit different. Some scaffolding. Just taking all the sites, changed a lot of stuff. Good. Extra car. I would probably just use a car to run over a bunch of zombies to clear out one of these areas. Strategy. Find a better car that I can use to transport stuff, and then use this car to some zombies. Cleared out this gun shop before. hotwire vehicles, if you level up some of your skills, I think you have to level up electrical and mechanics. But you can learn how to hotwire vehicles. It's helpful. Okay, this has a car key on it. Vehicle key. Chevalier Dart. This one? This car. Spiffos van. Hold out on me. Fireplace poker? Hell yeah. Right. Burger. I just want a burger. I'm actually looking for are the keys to the Spiffo mobile. I'm hoping one of you will have them. Got the cook. He's got the apron. Shit. It's bad. Keyring. Key to Spiffos. Okay. Not to the car. Do you have the key to the Spiffos mobile? Fries. And a burger. Fresh. Still good. Hey, it's the apocalypse. You never know how long it's going to be until you're able to get another burger. Get that burger. I can't. It's too far. I can't reach across the table. Hello? Penis inspection. Rotten burgers. Shit, more fries. key. Yes. What's in here? It's a satchel. Supplies. This is a bathroom. Let's put it here. Kitchen. Manager's office. He Gras du Bois. Here's the office. This is like the break room. Hot dog. The car continues. They updated? They sure did. Big update. Big update. They did like a art overhaul. So all of the cities look better. The amount of detail and stuff they added is really cool. Makes it feel a bit more immersive. Alright, so I'm here and the gun shop is right here. We're up in West Point. Now, if I cleared the gun shop, I might not even be able to get into the gun shop because it's got security doors. And I would need a welder to cut through them. Unless, for some reason, the doors just so happen to be open, but it doesn't look like they're pretty closed. What we will do is there we go. Gas. Imagining things. Check out that police station. Police station looked like it got a big update.
Stop sign. Couldn't even see that shit. Plonkies? The Plonkies van.
Yeah, like all these little details they added to the houses. Little bits of furniture, little gardens. The police all turned. This is terrible. Ever shall we do? Aid. Welding gear. That. I'm gonna have to go some bit more industrial. So desperate. Pristine. I think it's 6 o'clock. Should probably wrap it up here soon. Getting a little hungry. Have some dinner. Shit. Is this a storage place? Factory. Welding. I think I might call it here for today. I'm excited about this update, and I'm excited to play it more. I do recognize areas, like I recognize where I'm at, but everything looks different because everything's been updated and fine-tuned. Just put that right here. Alright, everybody. This game is so hard to learn. How did you get into it? By dying lots of times. I also watched some videos for some beginner tips. That was helpful. There is a lot to learn. And there's a lot that I don't even know. You know, I'm always still learning new stuff about this game. As long as you get the basics down, you can do a lot. Like if you know how to fight zombies, if you know how to find food and water, if you know how to get a car, then you're pretty much set to just go out and go on adventures. I have 285 hours in that game. I thought I had more. Could have swore it was higher than that. One of my friends, though, he has 10 times that much. Alrighty, everybody. That's going to be it for me today. I'll be back again tomorrow. Thank you all for hanging out. Hope you all have a good rest of your day. See y'all in the next one. B Wade. Hey, B Wade. How's it going? Alright, everybody. Stay safe out there. Have a great night. See you next time. Bye-bye. Hope I had a good stream. I felt like we had a good stream. I felt like we had a good time. I did have somebody that got mad at me because I said Netanyahu was a war criminal, and then they started talking about how I support the Houthis and Hamas and stuff, and I was like, I didn't say any of that. I'm just calling out war crimes. I'm just in alignment with the International Criminal Court. That's all I'm doing. I have no problem calling a war crime, but apparently I crossed a line. Also, I said Zoran Mondani seems like a nice guy. That's what I said. Apparently that was too far. No, he is an absolute evil. He is the devil in disguise. Alright, everybody, have a great night. I'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye.